Hello everybody, I am back. So, today we are playing more Minecraft. Nothing has really changed in between streams because last stream I didn't actually do anything on our mainstream server. I wasted so much time just trying to figure out how stuff works for later in the mod pack. Something I probably should have done offline, but I'm easily distracted at times. Once I get an idea in my head of, oh, it would be fun to figure out how this thing works, it instantaneously takes over my entire thought process. I'm somewhat task-oriented like that. The one thing I did do offline was let this chest run until it was empty. So at this point, as we get new stuff in here to macerate, it'll all be sent to wherever it needs to go. Whether it needs to go through the macerator twice, go through the macerator once, and then the furnace, or just go to the centrifuge and then the furnace. It is all being taken care of. So, let me think for a moment. Right, this is what we're working on. Luckily, multiple streams ago, in between streams, actually in between my last stream and the stream before it, I worked on making a bunch of electric circuits, so I have everything I need in order to make all of these. We're just gonna make one of these this time. For now, we need to make 8 of these. So that is 1, 8, 9. Sorry, 1 and 8 is 9. This is 10, 11, 12. So we need to make 12 of these. Aluminum. Compressor. Electrum. We're going to need to make more of these because we need 36 total. 36 minus 15 is 31 minus 10 is 21. 21 divided by 3 is 7 recipes. 7 recipes times... Okay, so I need 21 electrum wire. The easiest way to get that is to make 24 electrum wire, which is 12 electrum plates. 12 electrum plates can be made with 6 gold. And finally, we will need 24 batteries. Which means 48 additional electrum cables. However, I am already going to have 3 of those 48, so that means I only need 45. Divided by 3 times 3 is just going to be 45. So we're just going to make the full 48 electrum cables, which will require 24 electrum plates. And in order to make 24 electrum plates, we are going to need 12 of each. Do I have extra silicon? I do have extra silicon. That's good. So now we need to worry about the battery alloy. We already have one of these, so that means for 24 of these we are going to need 24 times 5, 120. $120 means I will need 60. Better complete that quest before we accidentally force ourselves to do extra. So in order to do this, we need to make 2 of these. In order to make 2 of these, we need to make 2 of these per. Right? No. One per, so 2 total. So that means we need this, throw it in the cutting machine. We are going to need to make more motors. So, an aluminum rotor. This will be 1 ingot. This will be half an ingot plus 2 more ingots. So that's 3.5 ingots plus another half ingot. So that's 4 ingots per. We have to make 4 of them. Sorry, 3 of them, so that means 12 ingots. That will be some of it. Those will need to be cut up. It's wild how even when I tried to initially start by spreading stuff out so it wouldn't be so compact, it still ended up being super compact. These need to be compressed again. Then we need to make sure to compress 1, 2, 3 of these. Then we need to make sure to cut up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these. Oh, that's still not done. And then I have to go through that entire process again because I actually forgot that I have to double this. First large pump. Okay, so we start by doing that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then that, and then... Wrong way. Cutting up that. Okay, 4, 5, 5. Actually, no, sorry, we want to wait until after. Okay. So, let's just make this. You know what? There we go. This can now supply a whole lot of steam. Far more than we actually use right now. My bitrate has gone to shit. Compressor. Let's make the chemical reactor if we can. So that is going to be another 5 of these, plus another one of these, plus some more of those. Aluminum. So that will handle the motor. Okay, so then we also need to have 4 for each of these, so that is 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. So those are going to be turned into rods. And then we also need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Half of them go into rods, half of them go into the compressor. That one also gets turned into a rod. Ah, god damn it. This and antimony. I forgot to put the battery into my inventory for the quest. Does this still have... It does still have drills going. So we're going to need 5 rings, as well as that, and that. Okay. Steel machine casings, block of bronze, satellite ore. What does this get used for? Aluminum, sodium, and silicon. Huh. How many other ways are there to get sodium, I guess? There's a couple, which we will eventually need to be able to make a bunch of. We'd have enough, and we don't have any hatches prepared, so I can't quickly deal with any of these quests. Okay. Aluminium. Cutting machine. Electric furnace. I should probably make an extra electric furnace so that I can still smelt regular things as needed, and I can just use the mega smelter for things that I know I'm going to be doing a lot of at one time. Okay, so we're going to need to make a bunch more aluminum stuff for all of that. Bunch of aluminum stuff for all of that. And more battery alloy for one of these. Oh yeah, we're also going to need to make five more of these. So we're just going to need to make a bunch of battery alloy. The only thing for this that we need is magnetic copper wire, copper nickel wire, I mean, which we get from... So we need 2 copper nickel plates plus 2 copper nickel plates is 4 copper nickel plates. Copper nickel. And polarize. So this stores 6,000 per, this stores 32,000 per, so this process will result in an increased amount of energy, but we will have to do something with the tar. Well, the creosote could be a way to start infinitely producing fuel and lubricant. Prioritize sending it to make lubricant, and then whenever we have full lubricant, we can send it to the furnace itself to burn off. And until we have a distillation tower, we wouldn't be able to make the rest of these anyways. So wood tar becomes heavy fuel, can become diesel or steam cracked diesel. Steam cracked diesel gives us light fuel, methane, butadiene, benzene, which gives us methane, acetylene, ethylene, butadiene, benzene, which gives us methane, acetylene, ethylene, propene, butadiene, benzene, toluene, ethyl benzene. So the only ones I didn't see were ethyl benzene, which we will definitely be needing. Steam cracked naphtha and steam cracked light fuel. Steam cracked naphtha. Chlorine and methane. Chlorine we get from a couple things. So the easiest way to get this is almost certainly steam cracked naphtha. And propene is only used to make acrylic acid, which makes acrylic glue, diethyl ether, and acrylic glue. Acrylic glue just makes slime into more slime. So if you need slime duplication... Oh, and you can also use it to make lithium battery packs. Huh, that's interesting. So, if you were to actually just turn this into a 4 times recipe, it would be 4 slime balls and 100 millibuckets. Instead, it gets rid of the slime balls entirely. And it just becomes 100 millibuckets. So it becomes a... not just a 4 times the recipe amount, but actually 4 times efficiency, because you literally just turn acrylic glue into slime balls. But that does take chromium or lead tiny dust, so like, is that really worth it? Is there anything that's actually going to be using that much slime balls? Especially when you could just do it via the mob crusher. Only way to make this is via acrylic acid, so you do want propene in this. That probably would be a smart thing to get set up, to turn all of the wood into charcoal and start burning charcoal. And then... does the charcoal need anything? Different type of charcoal block, asphalt. So uses for this, we can turn it into other types of asphalt. Which isn't particularly useful. We can turn it into blocks of charcoal. Huh, what's the efficiency on this? So this is 32,000. 32,000 times 9 should be 288,000. The fact that it's 320,000 means that we actually get extra energy out of that. This, however, is... however, before we do this... let's see what that efficiency rating is. You get an extra 11% for how much you're actually putting into this. Wait, each charcoal block of this type is literally just 1 charcoal. Never mind. So, that's definitely useless. Cerebral plate. Cerebral block. Also useless. Charcoal dust. If you really need gunpowder, I guess. TNT barrel, spring launcher. TNT. Creeper, which I assume gives us gunpowder back. Well, if we were planning to use guns, we might want charcoal dust, but we aren't. So, block of charcoal. Yeah, so the system we should try and get set up at some point here when we switch to MV will be to bring this over to this and constantly feed it logs. All of the excess logs we will throw into the system. Um... Yeah, so excess logs we throw into the system. Do I have a lava bucket still? No, I don't. I should go get a lava bucket from the nether. I got rid of the nether. I forgot I did that. Flint and steel. Okay. Is this still close enough that it will end up at the same location? It does look like it's still close enough. Okay, back home. Okay. Now back to the actual reason I wanted this was because... There we go. I don't need to demolish that stuff when it comes in. Okay. Mayor's smelter, copper nickel coil. Heat-proof machine casings. I'm probably going to want to invest in an MV to LV transformer. Because I'm not really going to have the necessary equipment to switch to MV for like any machines yet. Okay. That's not what I thought was going to come up there. So I need to make 8 times 8 is 64. Toss that shit in the assembler. Okay, from here we should make a bunch of extra motors. So steel. As close to 32 as we can get. Cutting machine. And heat-proof machine casings. So this just handles all regular smelting recipes. It just does them at a rate of times 32. So let me think for a moment. I will need a item input and an item output, as well as a energy input. Is this doing anything at the moment? No? Okay, then. There we go. That is not an electrolyzer. Do I have an electrolyzer yet? Apparently I do. Where is it in all of this? There it is. And now we can do that. So let's double check that we're going to have enough tin cables. We are going to have enough tin cables. Copper wire next. So, in order to make 64 in each of those, we are going to need 2 stacks of 64 plates. Invar. 8, 12, 13 and a half. So it's 13 and a half for 1, which means it's 26 for 2. And we are going to need 9 plus 9 is 18, minus 4 is 14. I already have 2 of 14, so that means I need to make 12. 12 times 13 and a half is 162 invar. Sorry, did I say 162? Yes, I did. 162. So this needs to get to 40. So that is 12. 12. Compress all of that. And the rest of that will be cut. That is still going. Electric wire mill. Okay. LV to MV. We actually want the other one. Statech. Beautiful. Okay, that is the Invar plates done. And now we need to make Compress 12 of those, cut the rest of them up. What am I missing on this? Motors. What do we have that can hold items? Holds 32 stacks. Capacity 1 item. I'm thinking that perhaps if we look into modern industrialization, do we have any barrels from here or chests? No, never mind. These don't work quite like how I thought they might. I was thinking that the modern industrialization barrels might just have a UI that you can get fancy with. Such as this UI where like you can lock stuff. But that's not quite how it works. Because if that's how the barrels worked, then I would have been able to more easily automate crafting stuff with them. Because I'd be able to lock specific parts of the barrel into specific items. "64 motors. Electric quarry. Cable. 1 extra tin cable. There we go. Overclock speed, it's already at ×2. Oh yeah, in between streams, one thing I did do on the other server with testing was copper drills to make water. And even though I said it takes up less space to do the field Well, actually, sorry, not that it takes up less space, but that in order to achieve the same rate... Well, because with these electric water pumps, they have a rate of 5 seconds for 16,000. Exactly like this. 5 seconds, 16,000. But those don't have an overclock speed. So the difference between them is that once you can automate making copper drills, you can achieve a faster rate of water with this than just about anything else. So if you do need regular water very quickly, then this is one of the ways to go. Which I'm not actually sure what else you would need water for. I guess sodium to make chlorine. Or if you need... this is really what you would want it for. Hydrogen and oxygen. Oaks crystals. Certus quartz. I'm going to look into that in a second. Heavy water. I think heavy water we're going to end up using a infinite cycle with the heat exchanger as well. Because we're probably going to be getting high pressure heavy water steam out of it. Or heavy water steam. Sorry, specifically with the nuclear reactor. Once we get to that point, we'll be filling them with heavy water. Specifically, we're going to be filling them with high pressure heavy water, getting back high pressure heavy water steam. And then the easiest thing to do will be to mix it with water and just get back regular steam and high pressure heavy water. So, although we actually might need to set up an infinite generation of this anyways, because I believe with the nuclear reactor, you actually do slowly lose some. So we will probably end up needing to make an infinite cycle with the centrifuge so that there's always just a little bit more that it can pump into the system. But overall, this is pretty cheap, actually. Oh, that's to make 20 millibuckets? Never mind, it's actually pretty expensive. But it'll probably still be net positive. Probably. I don't know. I'm not going to get into that one today. Hydrogen we need for all of this shit. To get rid of the sulfuric acid. For all of these sulfuric things. As well as to make deuterium and tritium. tritium. Okay. Raw biodiesel. So we will need... So 3,000 becomes 2,000 and 1,000. Sorry, I should memorize the order. So 3,000 becomes 2,000 hydrogen. Oh yeah, it's H2O. Okay, yeah, never mind. And then to make sodium hydroxide, well, it's one sodium hydra, and then oxide. Oxide is oxygen, and hydro is hydrogen. So it's just going to be what's sodium? Na? NaHO in equal amounts. Biodiesel and ethanol. Plant ethanol, so that's 400 to get 1,500. And then 250 times 1.5 is 375. So you lose about 25 millibuckets of ethanol for every recipe. So you would need to set up an infinite ethanol generation if you wanted to do it via biodiesel. And it's probably significantly easier to just do heavy fuel and light fuel. So we probably won't really need sodium hydroxide. Hydrochloric acid we will need for probably not ethyl benzene. We will probably be getting that via a different method. Hydrochloric acid, chloroform, chlorine, hydrochloric acid. So with these two things you can make hydrochloric acid. With this you can make hydrochloric acid and chloroform. And with chloroform you can get back to hydrochloric acid via hydrofluoric acid, which you need to make this. So with methane, then you can get chloroform. With chloroform, you can get to vinyl chloride and chromium hydrochloric solution. This is how you just get chromium. This is how you get some of these more advanced things. Get you back to hydrogen and chlorine. Okay, so if you have 500, well actually no, sorry, if you have 2,000 millibuckets of chlorine, you combine it with 500 millibuckets of methane, and you get 2,000 buckets of hydrochloric acid, which can become 1,000 of each, So you can immediately get back 1000 chlorine. And then you will also get 500 chloroform, which will turn into 1250 hydrochloric acid. Which will turn into 625 chlorine. So you can get 1625 out of 2000 back. So that's about 81%. So you're losing about 19% of your chlorine for every time you run through this loop. Although you could set up the hydrochloric acid that you get from both of those recipes to be used for chromium hydrochloric solution in vinyl chloride and stuff like that. So then you would just need to generate infinite chlorine for both of those recipes. And infinite methane and infinite hydrofluoric acid and the chloroform you'd be getting from this recipe. So then you would need to be doing fluorine and hydrogen all the time. To get methane, you would have to be... Yeah, you would probably be getting methane infinitely. Do you have to use it for much else? That probably won't be worth it, but... Well, actually we'll need some way to get hydrogen, so depending on what our other methods are, it might be worth it. To get vinyl chloride... How do you get chlorine? Water and salt. Or brine. Brine will probably be the better method. Well, we will be getting salt via this. Nylon. Okay, so that's useless. We don't need to worry about this recipe at any point. How did I end up in this loophole? Oh yeah, because I was looking into the usages of water. Final thing I'm going to look at since I'm in this loop is this. So one charged Certus quartz and one Certus quartz dust can become 2 Certus quartz crystals. So it takes... It's not a terribly useful recipe. This goes fast enough that it starts to build up here. Good to know. Okay, back to making this stuff. So we have the electric quarry now. Large motor. Large pump. So this will make 4 electrum, which will make 8 electrum wire. $16 electrum wire. 24. Aluminium. Compressor. Aluminum. Okay, so this is 4 for each of these, plus a 5th one for this. So that is 5 aluminum per. So that means we need 15 aluminum. So the rest of these will be going into the what are they called? Aluminum rotors. So 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. So cutting machine, compressor. Okay. So those will become wires. Press those. 2, 3. Cut those. Chemical reactor. So we won't be doing this yet. Be doing this yet. We don't need the blaze rods. Steam cracked heavy fuel, not yet. Not yet. We'll look into whether we want to do anything with that right now. Steam cracked. Sorry, that's not steam cracked. That's just heavy fuel. Leather, no. This is something we probably want to do right now. Sulfuric acid. Manganese, not yet. Polyethylene, not yet. Tetrafluoroethylene. So 4 fluorine to 1 ethylene. Those are only used to make that, which are only used to make the multi-block and to make this for the multi-block. Which is used to make the wither SOC plus the op amp. This is really the thing that we're going to need to be making a bunch of polytetrafluoroethylene for the op amps, because we actually only need a couple of these. Assuming we only wish to make one of these at a time, which, you know, maybe we will want more, I don't know. But it's not something we have to worry about right now. Rocket nose cone, we're not going to be working on that yet. Energy circuits is how you make all of this stuff. How do you make carbon plates? Take carbon dust and compress it, I'm guessing? Carbon dust we actually do have, so technically with this I would be able to make nano armor. Oh, actually, never mind. No, I can't. I don't have the digital circuits for it. Energy flow chip. Super adjustable SU. So that's what we're going to call a not right now. What is going on with my bitrate? Is it gone to shit again, or am I actually offline? It's definitely gone to shit. That is really bad. Yeah, I have like no connection right now. I can go restart my router. But otherwise, I can't do shit about this. I only made enough for... Oh, reconnection successful. That is what we'd like to see. Let's try reloading. Well, my bitrate's still shit, but at least it's connected again. Socket into an end portal frame. Are we actually going to need to go to Spectrum just for the Eye of Ender? This takes Blaze Powder and Ender Pearl. Ender Pearl... You know what, let's just do 16. It's much easier. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be 12, so that means we need 6 of those. Should be like that. Statech, we can do one more of those up to there. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to reorganize this so that the output of this is going into this chest. So that we can have one chest built up with actual ore, one chest built up with stuff that needs to go through a second time. as well as stuff that goes to the alloy smelter, as well as stuff that goes to the electrolyzer, as well as stuff that goes straight into the system. It's going to need an entire rework. Also probably going to need more macerators for the future. I assume this is out of drills. Yeah, okay, so we're just gonna leave it out of drills and not make more for a bit. Macerate, we can get sphalerite, which we can put through the... zinc and sulfur. Wait, does this get 2 per? Oh. I'm gonna have way too many Eyes of Ender. We'll just end up popping a... vacuum freezer. Let's quickly... What was this for? Craft a chemical reactor. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So we're going to need to make 8 of these. As well as... Let me think. Let's start by making this. Also, to make 30 of the other things, we are going to need... 30. There we go. Frost-proof machine casing, so that's 30 plus an additional 30. There we go. The rest of these are going to be cut so that we can put those through the compressor. Pop those eyes of Ender in there. So, to make the rest of this, we're going to need 30 additional ingots, plus 15 additional ingots. Right? This is going to be 30, and to get 30 of these, you need 30. Oops, sorry, to get 30 of these, you need 30 of these. To get 30 of these, you need 15 of these. So, yes. And we can start cutting that. So, we need to make 5 of these plus 2 extra. To make 5 of these, we need 25 of these. So that means we need 27 as a minimum. So we're going to go with 28, which means I need 14 of each. Okay, so this goes through the cutting machine a second time. This will go into the compressor. Input. Four chains, 18 chains. Two, three, four, five, six, seven. There we go. Two, three, four. So this is 3 iron rings becomes 8, 3 steel rings becomes 6. Why would you ever go for that one? That's just worse. Do you have anything I want? Press those. 30. Aluminum. $30. There we go. Statech coin. And an extra mythic. So we have soulbound. We don't actually particularly care about soulbound, I don't think. I think we already have it, yes. Could be useful. Very useful. Can be useful. Like that, I'm actually going to make one of those right away. Let's see how many of these we can make just for quests purposes. Your entangled chest on the go. Also, actually not useful. Entangled chest, which could be used to make an entangled bag. So we're going to need one of these to make the void bucket. Never mind. We're going to need to make 2 void buckets. An entangled tank. An entangled bucket. Ender chest. Ender pouch. Concrete. I should put that in here. So first things first, we do that. We won't have enough for that, so then we do that. For 5, and then we do that. And then we compress the rest of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wow, this is actually very nice of them to give me. We're just gonna pop those here. Where do I want this one? What I can do right now is take all of this ore out and pop it up here. Statech, there we go, that is done. I need an extra output hatch. Can I do anything with this? I guess once I get another penderite thing, I will be able to make the penderite battle axe if I so choose. Did I put the transformer down somewhere? Macerator. There it is. Okay, and final quest. So we need 16. Compressors. Motor. I have 3 motors. And I need 2 per, so that means I need 16. So 16 minus 3 is 13. So that means I need... cutting machine. Cut 13 of those. Storage unit, diesel generator. large pumps. Well, that'll be nice for making the oil drilling rig. And the distillery. We need to make both of those. Steel. Compress those. Copper. Nice chunk of bronze there. Is there anything I want to do with the distillery at this moment? Actually, this would be the one thing I could want to do. So this is 160, this is 240. This is essentially multiplying it by 1.5, but I only get a quarter as much, so it's 1.5 over 4, which is not a very good exchange rate. That's 3/8 the amount of energy in total. Plus I kind of get less uses out of it, since I can't make lubricant. So, right now, if we started putting that wood through this machine with the steam, we would get wood tar and charcoal. Charcoal we would put into the steel item input hatch. And then the creosote then the wood tar we would put through distillery to turn into creosote to turn into lubricant, as well as to put the extra through there. We would need to start using a mixer. Do I have an extra mixer perchance? We do have an extra mixer. We could totally start doing that. And then we would put a whitelist, and then we would start putting redstone into this. Yeah, so we would just start putting it directly into the cutting machine. Does it have other uses? Right-click an electrical machine with a lubricant container, such as a lubricant bucket. to overclock it manually. Each 25 millibuckets of lubricant will add 1 overclocking efficiency to the machine. Just accidentally wrench. Honestly, not sure. So we are going to go from this machine into the pyrolyse oven. From the pyrolyse oven, we will be going into wire mill. Steel. Cutting machine. That in there. From the pyrolyse oven, we will be getting charcoal, which will be going directly back into here. And wood tar. Wood tar we will be putting in the distillery, which we will be putting into the mixer and back into there. And that's just a separate thing. So distillery. So we need to go into the pyrolyse oven. Everything is going to shut off for a moment here. Will I get this set up? So this is going to need to be an item input hatch. Okay. Fluid input hatch. Where the hell did I get this? Did I take it from that machine? Did I take it from this machine? Why would I need 2 input hatches for the oven? Fluid output. You know what? Might as well. Steel machine casing. We will have to remember to remove those. Quick look at the multi-blocks. This one. Item output. Fluid input. Why is this not... Oh, because this isn't producing steam. I also just realized where I got this hatch from. We are going to set that to one higher than the rest, I'm assuming. Yeah, I left all of those at exactly where they were. One problem with my current setup is I need to put an item pipe into this, but I also need to take the extra logs out of this. Item. I could use some of these item pipes to do this. Out. Wood tar. Item pipe. Distillery, electric mixer. I better go make sure to blacklist so I don't just start putting a shitload of oak leaves into my system. Polarizer. Battery box. Charger. Oh, I should have made sure to put that into my inventory first. What quest did I just complete? Ah, okay, this one. Okay. So we want to go out of that and into this, and then immediately put this into this, which is going to be for the purpose of filling this. I really don't quite like how this is organized right now. I'm thinking maybe if I rotate it to face this way and make the first block here instead. Fluid input. Okay. Fluid output. Don't quite know where yet. LV. Item input and item output. Charcoal whitelist. Charcoal blacklist. What did I want this for? Was it for this? I think it was for this, because then you can trade for Certus quartz. So the level 1 things are literally just Certus quartz and a meteorite compass, so those are guaranteed every time. Level 4 are inscriber things, plus matter into emeralds, which is actually one I don't think I really want. Level 2 things are silicon into emeralds, Certus quartz into emeralds, so I probably won't be doing anything there. Level 3 things are into emeralds into flux crystals, and quartz glass into emeralds. Don't care about that either. I already looked at level 4. Level 5 things is just emeralds into slime balls. Oh, there's also skystone at level 2. So I guess every single time we're hoping to get Certus quartz, skystone, flux crystal. So with the wood tar, we have to put it into the distillery to get creosote. Yeah, we're gonna do it like this. Okay, from here, we need to start outputting creosote into this. So we need to be in reach of this pipe and this fluid thing. We could put a chest here so that we can fill it up with charcoal. Out, blacklist. Mallet. And we could do the same thing with wood right here. Oak log. Oak log. Prioritize going straight into the machine first. Prioritize going straight into the machine first. I suppose if we want to say, actually no, I want these to be two separate things. Out. I want that to be the higher priority. Is there a way so I can make it so... that this can't just empty itself into the system, but the system does get excess? I suppose if I move this item input over to here, I could put this chest here and say, hey, prioritize putting wood into this. That way when it's full, it goes into the system. That would work. Okay, so this goes here, wood goes inside. Okay, so now we say, hey, prioritize putting wood in here. Let's fill this up. And then that way, whenever this is full, excess wood goes to the system. Otherwise, charcoal comes out of here, and it first goes into the system here, but the excess will come into here. And then it won't go anywhere else, so if that ever fills up, it will not be able to keep going, but that should be fine. Mallet. Okay, let's get more oak out and put it into here. Let's make it so that it is already putting all of the excess in. Blacklist, now that can start filling up. There we go. Now it has all the steam it needs. Okay. Now, somewhere connected to this, we need to mix creosote and redstone and get lubricant, and then send the lubricant to this machine. Creosote, do that. What priority do I have this set to? I should probably tell it to send this stuff to everywhere else first. Tin ore. At least put copper dust up here. Okay. Fluid pipe. What? Why did you... Bucket. Um... Bucket. There we go. That has lubricant. That will grow in lubricant, hopefully all the time. Eventually this should back up with enough lubricant that the excess creosote will start going into there, but for now, that doesn't actually matter. Let's see how this is doing. It is losing ground to that. This has only achieved an efficiency of times 2.9. Hopefully once it reaches 128, it'll be fast enough to keep up with this. And that is actually a reason that we want this to be able to destroy excess that enters it. That way, this machine can always run at maximum capacity, which will allow this machine to always have enough logs on hand, so long as it at maximum capacity can sustain this, which will allow for a feedback system that will keep this running at maximum capacity. Press.
Okay.
Okay. Cutting machine. Where are all of these things going? This is going into this and this, but all of the ore stuff is going into here. So what we really need to do is have one chest for all of the ores. That goes into all of the macerators. At modern industrialization. Is there anything I can do with these extra machines? Steel unpacker, steel wire mill. Large steam macerator. No, there is not. So we should put the electrolyzer there. Packer, unpacker, laser engraver, and that. Chest, item pipe, cable. Out. Out. You know what? I'm just gonna immediately... Packer. Pipe. Out. Okay, so that is that done. Quartz, coke, carbon, aluminum. What does this? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Shit. Quartz, coke, carbon, iron, aluminum. Input, output, in whitelist, quartz, coke, carbon, iron, aluminum. Blacklist, we need to quartz, coke, carbon, iron, and aluminum. Beautiful. This is now... Now we need to send out aluminum to here. Zinc, sulfur, we are kind of operating at max capacity over here. This is 81. That's just going to be 5. This is 76. This is 0 right now. Yeah, we definitely need to make the switch to MV turbines. Wire mill. I could also just tell the system, hey, don't send that stuff over to here. Because I don't think anything else is sending it to here except the one machine. There we go, that looks slightly cleaner. Electrolyzer. Where are we going to be using this oxygen? Many places. So for now... out. In. Perfect. Tin cable. So we have one. This is achieving maximum network transfer. Huh. I guess at this point all of the excess creosote is just going to making more fuel. So this doesn't need to run constantly anymore. Yeah, it's running out of energy. Oh yes, we wanted to turn this into charcoal blocks. Compact. Lock. In and out. Make this a higher priority. charcoal. Okay, good. Nothing went into there. Okay, good. That is now full. Which means this should once again be able to... How long does it take? So it seems to last for quite a while, which is good, because before we were getting about 6,000 energy EU per piece of fuel used, which because we were using logs, now we're getting 320,000 apparently, which if you divide by 6,000 means we should be lasting 53 times as long. Which, you know, if we assume that it was lasting just a bit over 1 second last time, we can now assume that this will last about 1 minute. So once we switch these to MV tier, in order to keep this stuff going, we will need to either connect it into the MV transformer or make MV energy hatches just for these machines. I think these ones I can leave as LV. Same with this one, so I should really just connect this stuff into the LV transformer, especially because this needs to be connected to an LV transformer. If I put the MV output right here instead, then it has to, then these have to connect back up. Get rid of this so that I can connect it into both of these. Might be worth it. Perhaps the biggest problem that I constantly face is every single future thing relies upon past infrastructure. So weird choices that make sense now can end up being detrimental down the line when I have to try and reorganize stuff. to the point that I'm pretty sure last time I literally ended up tearing down like every single structure in my base and rebuilding it off stream just so that it could all get properly organized. More properly organized. I still had a bunch of weird pipelines for everything. Okay. Aluminum. So we need to make 1, 2 times 8, so that's 16. Plus 3 is 19. And it's 4 each, so that is 19 times 4 should be 76? Yes. $76. That will handle all 19 of these. So that means we need 19 times 2 is 38. So this first bat thing handles the aluminum bolts. Let's toss that into the cutting machine. These next two handle the aluminum curved plates. Let's toss those into the compressor. And then these last 19... Okay. Do I have any use for the vacuum freezer at the moment? I think this is going to be my first use for it. Stuff like this. So to make Conthol, you need chromium and stainless steel, so it definitely won't be this one. Oxygen and copper dust. Wire mill. Very useful for the advanced motor, as well as EV tier cables, dash drills. So we're not at that point yet. Yeah, that's after Conthol anyways. Chromium. Required for stainless steel. So it will be that one first. Do we actually need the chromium ingot for anything? I mean, we do. I just don't know if we need it at this point. Industrial machine casing, chromium large plate, industrial machine frame, industrial machine casing, highly advanced. This is for the HV tier. No, sorry, this is for the EV tier. So for us, it's really just going to be about stainless steel. So we don't have to worry about this machine yet. That through a cutting machine, put this through the compressor, put this through the compressor, tin wires, tin cable, and we can go sleep in the bed. Okay, this would probably be one of the better times to reorganize this. Actually, we don't even need to put stuff in the tank. We can just put it in here. Okay, so we will be putting ore into here and putting it through the macerator. I'm pretty sure every single thing will be run through the macerator, so we can just have that chest dedicated to ore. Everything we get out of the macerator will have to go either into... Well, previously, everything was being put into this chest. How are we getting raw ore up to here? Oh, it was via here. We could do it like this, but that's a little bit cramped. Maybe what we'll have to do is bring it down to here. And we just say, hey, put all of your ore in here. And then we're going to end up running the tin cable down here. So if we do it like here-ish. Item pipe. Cable. So, in to here, everything goes. Out of this, we have to put stuff into a myriad of places. Previously, some things would be run back into the macerator. Some things would be run into this chest to be sent along their way. These three things would end up going to this chest. Do I have all three of those things over here? Yes. I want to do that, so I stop getting stuff into this chest for a bit. This is an absolute mess. So there are three places stuff from here needs to go. Actually, kind of a couple places. The furnace for smelting. The system, if there is no more steps for processing it. Some of them need to go back to the macerator. and then the centrifuge. In. Actually, into here. Because from here, we can do that. And if we whitelist all the stuff, that should go back into here. Let's see. So iron goes through once, and then it has to go to the chest up there. That will be easy enough to figure out. Coal has to go through twice, so it can just go straight to this chest. Lignite coal has to go through this and then up to the other chest. This has to go through twice. 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 This has to go through a weird amount of time. So first you put the ore in and you get back the raw lead. Am I going to have to use this chest for sorting? So I say that's the white list, this is a black list. And then from here we decide where everything goes. So if we build this machine here, so we will say put all of the raw outputs back through except the iron, which will go up there. The dusts we will be sending out this way. and the outputs will be here for the ore. So it'll be an LV input and a item input. Something like that. And then the item output will be up here and have to be sent along here. That doesn't matter to us. That doesn't matter to us. This one does matter to us. That doesn't matter to us. That does matter to us. Okay. Right, because some of the stuff is heading out to various places. Iron, silver, lead. Manganese, chromium, carbon. Unless we want to move this entire thing to... oil drilling rig. Crude oil will be going through a distillery, which means we want it over here? Where did I put the distillery? Oh yeah, I put it here, so we'll probably just put it there for now. Steel. Hatch, steel fluid. Steel item input. The whole point of this method was to use a smart chute. Oh, you have to filter it by item? This won't work then. No, that didn't work actually. Sorry, I have to check. How does the smart chute work? Vertical chutes with additional control. Use the value panel to specify the extracted. Where is the value panel? I have to search up create smart chute value panel. Do I have to use the wrench? Do I need the create wrench? Okay, let's check this Reddit thread. Oh, okay, apparently it has to be attached to a container. Okie dokie. That's gonna change how this setup works. That's the opposite of what I meant to do. We will figure out where we want to place that in a second. Does it not realize this is a container? Why is this still not working? Okay, so there must be more to it. Create smart chute value panel. Let's go back to that Reddit thread and see if it says anything else. Apparently regular chutes might be able to achieve the same thing. No, I don't believe that. Oh, brass funnels, never mind. Does it need to be a create recognized container? At create. There's a depot or something. Depot. Okay, is this one because it doesn't recognize? Does it need a thing on top? Okay. Does it still need the thing on the bottom? No, it just needs a container on top. Now I know how this works. So it should be smart chute, gold chest, in, out. Now we know where to put the electric furnace. Actually, no. We want this on the other side. Where do we want this, actually? Okay, so we will tell it to output the dusts into here. Which I kind of do want the smart chute to be here. Do exactly 32 at a time. So now if I put this in here, it won't do anything, but if I put that in there, it will put it into here. So that gets moved very quickly. It does 32 at a time, and then it just takes a little bit for it to move all of these stuff. Now, that goes there. Now what we're going to be getting back is ingots. Mostly ingots, actually. from here, we need to take out of this chest smelt that stuff. And then all of this dust will come along with this dust. Actually, nope, we want to whitelist that to head this way. So any dust that isn't going into this chest will be heading out this way. So, lead, silver, iron. Do I want to filter this so that raw stuff goes in here and dust doesn't? Because then I could say all of the dust goes into like a chest here. Because we still have to deal with not this. Oh, did I accidentally get rid of it? Did I purposefully get rid of it? There were various dusts that were heading out up here. So coal dust needs to how much raw stuff can I run through here? So if I set this to a whitelist instead of a blacklist, then everything that needs to be macerated another time which would be stuff like this. Zinc, antimony, Chlorite. Let's just double check this. Iridium? Yes. Lead, nickel, platinum, no. Silver, yes. Tin, titanium, tungsten. Let's just double check this. Nope. Tungsten, yes. Uranium. Iron, copper, gold. Nope. Click that. Iridium, click that. So it's this, this. Click, 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 click. Copper, gold. Okay. We also need to figure out which ones of these have to go through a second time. We aren't really... Oh, actually, no, we will be getting bauxite dust, so this will have to go through. Chromium doesn't go through. Coal does go through. Diamond will go through. Emerald will go through. Whoops. Lapis lazuli goes through. Lignite. Manganese doesn't. Moissanite does. Quartz does. Redstone does. Salt does. Do we have enough room for all of these? Everything but salt. And I'm guessing if we had to blacklist everything that might be coming this way, it would be too much. Blacklist, copper, zinc. So currently salt is going to be going into here. Out, whitelist, salt. Now I just have to make sure that salt gets blacklisted whenever anything exits here. So this is only going to be raw, so we actually want to change this to the output for this. Blacklist, salt. Okay, so all of our ores will be coming into here, going through the macerator. If it comes out as dust, immediately it goes to this chest, otherwise it will be sent to this chest according to this, with the exception of iron, which will also be going to this chest. Send that up there. So now neither salt or iron will be set up here. Salt will go through a second time. So as long as salt doesn't build up too much, we should be fine. Maybe we should do it for an ore that's rarer. So steam. This will get macerated. Let's follow where all of these will go. And where they all need to go. Lead, nickel, bauxite, salt, emerald, quartz, ruby, and sapphire, titanium, tungsten, moissanite, platinum. Okay, so first ore to double check is iron. It will come through here, go into the macerators because it's not being blocked at all. When it comes out of the macerators, it will go into this chest, at which point we will send it to the centrifuge. That is working right here. Coal will come in, go into this chest, and then be sent through a second time, and then it will come into this chest, at which point we will send it on its way. To our storage system. That's working right, so this will go through, end up in the first chest, where it will go through and end up in this chest. The coal dust will have to go to there, the sulfur will head to there. That's something we still have to handle, so that is good. It goes through once, goes through a second time. And then it'll be sent off to there. We could deposit the stuff we smelt into here and then send it along, because it has to get transferred to a yellow item pipe at some point here. So let's do that. And yep, we will now see it start getting deposited in here. Wait, there we go. I want it to be able to look at the face more easily. So everything that isn't iron or salt currently is being sent to be smelt. Salt is currently being sent into all of these macerators. And everything else is going to be being sent through here. The centrifuge needs to reach a couple places. The aluminum needs to be able to reach to either this chest or this hatch. This used to go into one of the things being sent to the smelter, so now it needs to be put into here. Which can pretty easily be done with either connecting to these pipes or to this pipe. Or actually at this point, it could even just be connected to this yellow pipe and sent directly into this chest. So this would normally be sent into here. What happens if we do that? Hopefully we don't have too many things that have to be added to this blacklist. So the centrifuge needs to be able to reach there, here, and to the system. Also, dumping into this is going to come from here. So it has to be able to get stuff into here and get stuff out of here. I think that's most easily achieved by putting it there. The in is lignite, galena, raw iron. Lignite, galena, raw iron. It actually is probably easier to set up a blacklist for stuff I don't want to come out of here. I could also change this yellow pipe into a red pipe to go to there, and then change these to the yellow so I don't have to actually dump it into the chest. So that means I would have to get rid of that one. Blacklist. Out. So whenever we get aluminum dust, it'll go into here. Otherwise, it will be passed through these filters, which will pretty much always result in dust being sent to here. So we have to keep stuff from reaching here. What? Oh, yeah. You know what? Actually, let's leave the... So why are you doing that? You're supposed to be whitelisting only salt. Oh, it's because you're connected over here. So, Galena and Galena. To prevent stuff from reaching here, I have to prevent it from reaching here, which should be... Because of how this works, I should be able to just say every dust that needs to be smelted can go in here. Out, whitelist. antimony. This is done in the alloy smelter, so not it. Where does bauxite dust go? Electrolyzer? That's all the way over there. Okay, we're gonna leave that as is for now then. Beryllium. Rick. Bronze, cadmium. Let's just grab all of the dusts and then figure out which ones go through and which ones don't. Sodium, sulfur, superconductor. I know a lot of these aren't going to be going through, so this is somewhat we have to figure out both how we get these dusts and whether or not they need to be smelted. Warp dust. Okay. So, bronze dust, how do we get it? Not from ore. Doesn't matter to us. This is done in just a regular furnace. How do we get cadmium dust? Centrifuge? That is here. We'll leave it for now. Carbon gets passed along. Passed along. How do you get clay dust? We probably aren't going to be needing to immediately smelt clay dust into brick dust or whatever it is. That's not a smelting thing, not a smelting thing. Copper, copper nickel. Diamond. Electrum. Okay. Damn it. First things first, let's eliminate everything that doesn't go to the furnace. I mean, I know that doesn't go to the furnace, but I'm gonna double check anyways. That is the furnace. This is actually just to the furnace, okay? Conthol, lapis, LE, lead, lignite coal, manganese, moissanite, neodymium, nickel, platinum, plutonium, quartz, ruby, salt, silicon, silver, sodium, soldering alloy, stainless steel, uncooked steel, steel dust, stone dust, sulfur dust, superconductor, tin dust, titanium dust, tungsten dust, uranium dust, uranium-235, uranium-238, yttrium, parapheralium, electrolyzer, ashes, basalt, brass, calcite. Where did calcite go? Charcoal, cinnabar, dark ashes, diorite, ender eye, ender pearl, endstone, flint, galena, granite, grossular, lazurite, magnesium, marble, netherrack, obsidian, olivine, peridot. 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. Okay, I'm gonna have to go AFK in a second here. Sapphire. Zinc. Okay. So now we have to look at how we get each of these and whether or not it's at all possible that we're going to be getting them from any of the machines here. Copper, obviously. Copper, nickel. No, we will not be getting it via any of the machines here. Same thing. Same thing. Gold. Invar. Also no. Iridium, we can. Iron, we can. Lead, we can. Nickel, we can. Silicon. I want to say no. It will never be coming directly here. It'll only be manually. Which means I don't have to worry about putting it in here. Silver, we can. Steel. Tin, andesite. Technically, yes, this could happen. Brass will not be happening. Galena will be happening, and zinc could be happening technically. What does andesite dust get used for though? Gravel? Okay, that's not happening. So, in order to handle everything here, we just need a whitelist with antimony. Why isn't antimony in this list? Ah, okay. I just missed it. That's what. Cadmium, copper, gold. How do we get this? Oh yeah, moissanite. Iridium, iron, lead, nickel, silver, tin, not galena, and zinc. So that now will send everything it can to this chest. Okay, and we should speed this up so that things that can achieve 32 can be sent into here. Okay, and now when things come out, they just head straight back into this. I guess it would be possible to use just one pipe here. No, because it would just get wonky. Oh, I forgot about the other... Oh, wait, no. The other exports for this will be fine because they'll just be heading straight over to this. So Galena is... So it was carbon and then 2 crushed things. If I ever need to, I'll waitlist something from that. But as it stands... Gal... I was gonna say, why are you here? It's the middle of the day. Cadmium, iridium, iron, lead, nickel, silver, tin, and zinc. What else could we potentially not want being sent along its way? Well, there would be lignite, galena, and raw iron, but I already have those blacklisted. Aluminum dust. I don't actually want the aluminum dust coming out of there. Out. Aluminum dust here. So that goes there, aluminum dust comes out here, everything else will come out here. I should put salt crushed dust in here. Now, salt, when it comes through, will be sent along its way. So this should be fine to connect again. Motor. Why do we have so much zinc? Oh, it's literally because I mined enough for that. I was like, I don't remember anything here generating zinc. So, quickly, iron goes through the macerators. Gets blocked from going into here, so it goes into here. It gets blocked from going down to the macerators by this. It gets blocked by this from going up, so it has to go out. It can't go to there, so the only option for iron is to go through here. At which point, the iron dust and manganese crushed dust will go their split ways. Manganese crushed dust will end up going to the system. Iron dust will be blocked by this. Blocked by this, and its only option will be to go get smelted. Iron dust, done. Coal. Macerated once, sent through again, macerate a second time. And then we will be... We could start sending coal through directly. Block. Out. Okay, so if we say don't send that through, as well as this, we can actually remove this now, which frees up a little bit of space there. Coal. Coal dust. So pretty much you match those. So the things that come out here either go there or go there. Lignite coal is currently being sent to there. Oh, yeah, so the sulfur and carbon. Carbon is blocked from going anywhere but here. Sulfur is blocked from going anywhere but here, so they will both just be passed along. Good. Copper. It gets macerated once, gets macerated a second time. The copper dust ends up here, gets blocked from going anywhere but out. Comes back as ingots, goes along its way. Copper is done. Tin follows the exact same pattern. So it is done. Gold follows the same pattern, so it is done. Lead, we're going to follow this one all the way through, just because of the silver, which will end up getting put into the proper place on the left chest, and then sent alongside the lead to be smelted. So lead and silver are both done. Redstone has to go through twice, at which point it ends up in this chest, and with nowhere else to go, it gets passed along and goes on its way. It even stops by the mixer for a moment. Actually, we could allow the redstone to go into here as well. It definitely needs to be allowed to exit, because we will probably be generating too much to only do the centrifuge with it. Plus we just need regular redstone for stuff. But this as an option means that whenever this is empty and there's redstone dust in here, it can go through iron dust will go through the proper spot. Ruby dust we need to now keep an eye on. And neodymium tiny dust. Quartz will just be passed along. This will get smelted. So neodymium tiny dust will probably just get passed along for now. Ruby dust needs to go to the centrifuge and nowhere else. So we have to prevent the ruby dust from escaping the system, so it will be passed along there. This becomes galena dust, which immediately goes into the centrifuge. Ancient debris will become netherite scrap, which immediately has to go to technically the alloy smelter, but I'm not going to set that up. That would require its own alloy smelter dedicated to it. This goes through twice, comes out as quartz dust, gets passed along, and goes into the system. Netherite gold ore should just be the same as regular gold ore. Yes. These are the interesting ones. So, this can't go through here because it doesn't get macerated. Instead, what needs to happen with it is out, filter that only, filter off. And then this can't deal with it. It has to go get smelted. So now it'll be popped into here, won't be allowed to go down, won't be allowed to exit out here, so its only option will be to head out there. Same for this. Remember to add it to that. Trash. Steel. We're gonna need to make more steel. $1,002 blocks of coal. 1 second, I'm just going to turn this around so that I can look at it from this side. How's the creosote going? Still empty. So this is still operating slow enough for that. Anthracite, anthracite, anthracite. Actually, I might not need to add it there because I don't think I'm going to send it into here. I'm just going to trash this one. That's why I wanted to make a trash can. Trash. Whitelist. Anthracite. Because what use do I have for this? It isn't going to be the best for smelting stuff. And it doesn't serve any unique purpose. Cinnabar is going to have to go to the electrolyzer. So this actually does get macerated. And with nowhere else to go, it will just be passed along and sent on its way. Pyrite. So we macerate this once. Then this has to go to the electrolyzer. So that is going to be going to the right spot. That's going as far as it can. This gets macerated twice. Technically speaking, I should be centrifuging this. But it's going to result in me generating a lot of helium. Specifically a lot of helium that I'm not going to be able to keep storing. For now. So for now, I'm just going to let it go where it ends up, which should be into the system. Iridium gets macerated once, macerated a second time. We'll need a lot of it for superconductor dust. Do we need a lot of it as ingots? We'll need some of it as ingots because we'll need a couple blocks of iridium. Iridium plate. We're gonna need both. Antimony. Then it should be getting smelted. At which point it will go to the system. Fluorite gets sent through twice. Then it gets sent to the system. Diamond is an interesting one. Because as it currently stands, it will be sent through twice. and then sent to the system. But if we do that, right now we won't be able to get regular diamonds, which, I mean, we have a decent amount of, but we will need more. So for now, I'm going to tell it not to send diamonds through. Instead, diamonds will be told to go through here, where they will end up with nowhere to go but here, and so they will exit the system into my setup, or my system. Sorry, they'll exit this loop into my system. These will be operating as they can. Gets macerated once, macerated a second time. And then the bauxite dust will need to head out of the system as it does. Salt currently gets crushed twice and then sent out of the system, which is correct. Emerald I might let go through the system and end up in my system as emerald dust, because I have an alternative method to get regular emeralds if I need them. And I don't need them nearly as much, I don't think. So this goes through twice, ends up as emerald dust, and then goes through twice, gets dumped in the system. This goes through once, gets popped over in this right chest, goes through the system as that. Sapphire dust ends up in here. It can't exit here, can't go here, so it has to go out here. It doesn't go into there, so it must go through here. I mean, we could tell Sapphire to go over to the electrolyzer. That wouldn't be too hard to do. Whitelist, Sapphire, blacklist sapphire. Oh, you somehow connected via this long-ass pipe just to get to here. Oh, that's actually already full. Quarry tube, advanced machine frame. Rhodium alloy plate. Range extender. Launch pad, greenhouse. Bunch of random stuff. Titanium goes through once. And then it will end up in here. Tossed through here. And sent on its way into our system. Tungsten goes through twice. And then into our system. Moissanite sent through twice, and then into our system so that you don't have to miss out on the helium. Platinum needs to go through just once, which is what it's doing. Then it goes to our system. Sheldonite is the exact same thing. Peridot goes through once, and then it goes to our system. Solidite. Blacklists. There we go. That is now our new setup for this. And it should last for quite a while. Now I'm going to go AFK, having spent far too long of getting distracted by all of this. BRB. Okay. Is the music playing? There doesn't seem to be any music playing. Do I have to refresh this tab? Yes. Okay. I don't know why it was like that. Okay, be right back. I'm also going to reset the timer. Okay, I'm not sure why the music is... Is this song just super quiet? Or is my computer a little bit fucked at the moment? Oh, it might be a bitrate issue. Well, let me do that. I shouldn't have refreshed again. It finally started playing. Okay, so everything seems to be in working order. See, but now I'm worried that if I... whoops. Okay. Steam turbine, so it starts with 32. And if you multiply that by 8, we get 256. So 2 of these equals 8 of these. So I can replace my entire system right now. And then use the MV transformer to connect it all back up. Pipe. Okay. Cable. Do I have an MV cable? I know what it is. If I moved all of this over to here, Then I might have to move this. But that's fine. This is the easiest thing to move in all of this setup, I think. Okay, fuck off. Okay, so now I'll be able to place the others down. There we go. So we're still kind of operating at only 256 EU right now. I mean, I could separate this system a little bit. I need 2 pieces of dirt. Okay. Um, what if I do this? Now, this network will always say that it is at full capacity. Alternatively, because I have to bring it out this way anyways, I could line it up along the edge here. No, that would really only give me a couple spots. Plus, it would make it harder to do the water. So I think this is what I'm going to go for. Unless I want to connect it over to that first. Energy, energy. Okay. Or I could split this off here. You know, like if I do this. This will now hold nothing. So let's see. Once this is full, and presumably this will fill up. Will this eventually fill itself up? It will. In fact, it'll fill itself up quite early. This is going to be the last thing to fill up, I'm thinking. So now, if this drains too much energy, it will pull energy from here. Do I have this backwards? Is this the one that's supposed to be connected to this? No. So now, whenever this wants to pull energy, it has to pull it via this line. So, actually, I'm going to waste all of this energy. This is the one that should be getting... So now, this can drain all of this, and this will still have energy going into it. It's not until all of this is drained that things start to go wrong. I see, this is being drained into this one right now. And this is kind of the choke point for this entire system. Because this line can handle 256 EU. This line can handle 256 EU. So combined it can handle 512. But then this line can only handle 256, so it can't supply both of them at max capacity. Is there a reason... I would have expected this to start filling up. Unless... Well, right now, this can supply 128 to both of these, so it can at least keep both of them from going down too fast. If I was to split this into 3, it would be 256 over 3 for 3 different systems, depending on how much each one is taking. I think I like it like this. We'll keep it like this for now. We're going to use a few extra item pipes. Okay. I do it like this. Out to in. Out. 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 There we go. Now That's the easiest way to do this. It means we don't have to mess with the filters again. Who said we like to do things easy? Out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out. Blacklist. 1, 2, 3, 4. Blacklist. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alternatively, we could whitelist it here, unblacklist it here, unwhitelist it here. So I'd be able to remove it from 2 of these. Whitelist those. Whitelist that, and now we can get rid of the filters on this. In. We don't want any of these going in there. In. We don't want any of them going in there. So now if we remove them from here, all of them can technically not go anywhere until we connect them up to this. If we wanted to, we can whitelist it down there instead. Whitelist. Okay, this is much neater. Kind of. It's still a little bit messy, but not as much. So What I want to do is make these quickly. So we have to make a bunch of iron gears. Actually, it's going to be easiest out here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I did that completely wrong. Actually, I might have done it right, but I did it with the wrong reasoning, so I have to make sure I get it right. So we need 4 stacks of iron gears. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, I did get it right, but for the completely wrong reasons. We should start packing. And now to make 4 stacks of iron gears, we need to cut this. And for 4 stacks, we need 32 per stack. So that is 2 more stacks. So 3 of those stacks need to go into the cutting machine. We should get some steel cooking. We need carbon and iron. Could also do it with this. Is there any way to make a block of steel all at once? No. One carbon to 4 versus 1 carbon to 5. I'm gonna be getting shitloads of carbon. So at this point I could swap to this so that I use less iron per, because this is 4 iron for 5, whereas this is 3 iron for 4. Which is the difference between 1.33 each time and 1.25 each time. Per iron, I guess, not each time. Okay, so in order to properly do this recipe, we are going to need 36 times 64, 2,304, divided by 2, 1,152, from limestone. 1152. One thousand. $152. So if I put this in this one, it'll be macerated, sent up to here. What is making this annoying noise? Oh, you're what's making this annoying noise. Okay. Sent into this machine with nowhere else to go. It will be popped out into here. Calcite dust. Oh, sodalite. Okay, so now I should be fine to put these in here. I can't wait till we can automate making these, because those are so much better. What's it gonna do when it can't send it anywhere? I guess it'll just start backing up into this. Yes, okay. How goes the packing? Ah, very nice. So this should be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 3 go to the cutting machine. 8 go to the compressor. Okay. Next thing we're gonna do is make these. So this is going to be 3 stacks right there. This is going to be 48 ingots. Right? Because when you have 4 of them, it's 1 stack to fill all 4. So that means it's a quarter per 1, which means you have to do 3/4 of a stack. 3/4 of 64 is 48. Yes. This is going to be 32. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's put away all of the ones that are going to be cut up into pieces. And just keep the ones that are going to be used for okay. So now to make 2 stacks of these, you need 1, 2, and a half stacks. Okay. Offline, I will finish making the electric circuits needed for the MV steam turbines, and I will also just make the MV steam turbines since adding them isn't going to do much. I'll also probably try and remember to make more electronic circuits so that I can make more of these offline. So when we come back, I might actually just already have everything as MV tier. Okay. I just put this in here. Oh good, it does prioritize this. Okay, packer is done, cutting machine is done, and compressor is done. So, to get back to making the iron gears, I need 1, 2, 3, 4 compressed. And I'll need 1, 2, 3, 4. Cut up again. Actually, I'll need 8 cut up again, because I have to do 4 stacks, right? So 64 stacks of this will become 9 stacks of this. 9 stacks divided by 3 will be 3 stacks of carbon dust. $195 and 30. That's just still only up to 230. So it's currently maintaining it just fine. Okay. Eye of Ender. These are going to be all the ones that are compressed. And we're gonna have to check how much steel we can... Yeah, I'll have to do the steel offline as well, I guess. Hacker for the stuff that I'm gonna cut. Where? Oh, this way. Okay. I don't really have anything in that direction. I guess I can teleport to the west to see... So that is telling me that it is even further west. And based on the angle of both of these, I'm going to say it's quite a bit out there. I could actually triangulate it. If we wanted to. Although I can also quickly check against the bathhouse to the... And is this my most western one? Okay, so it's going to be heading north in either west or east. Oh, it's heading southwest now. Oh, I've managed to hit a completely different one. We can head back to 2465 and see where that one tells us to go. Okay, so this one told us to go this way, but this one is telling me to head this way? Northwest versus southwest. Cut all of those up. We only have to do 2 stacks into the compressor. The rest of these are all gonna be staying as is. One, two, three, four, perfect. How many circuits do I have? I have plenty of circuits for this. I will not have plenty after I do this. Okay. How many will 256 drills roughly get me? So 256 drills will do roughly 10 out of 100 times, which will be 1 out of 10 times it'll break, which means 9 out of 10 times I will get something. This is going to need better item things than what I currently have, so... Actually, sorry, the steel item input is the one that can stay. Unpacker. For this, that can go like that. Two of these need to be compressed. Mob crusher. And for this, I will need 1 stack. Sorry, no. 48 plus 4 stacks. Well, I only have 32. I might need to do just a little bit more cutting. Advanced machine hull. Item output. Steel. Machine casing. This is 4, so it's literally double the previous one. And I would need 4 of these. So 5, I can only get a max of 10. With 4... So I would need at least 2. To get those, and then that would leave me with 3 times 6. Which wouldn't quite cover it, so I would need at least 3 and 2. At which point I might as well just get 4 off the bat. Okay, there we go. 64 of those. That is all we need. The rest of these we can cut up. So that will be 12 stacks. It's only 768. That might actually... That'll probably be enough for this. Let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So already no. Because we have exactly 1 stack left. Well, plus there's some in the system already. So we have 3 stacks and 11 left. Plus half a stack, plus 48, so that's another stack and 16. So there's about 2 stacks left, just a bit under. Another stack for these. Another stack for these. So we still will need even more after all of this. $1,152 divided by 64 is 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Macerate all of that for me. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so if we just do this and then start throwing it out, it should be being picked up by our tank. Centrifuge. So this will be 4, which will cover 2 of those, and then 2 of the next ones, which will then cover those 2 plus... Sorry, it'll be these 2, plus then these 2, then it'll be these 2 plus these 2. An easier way to do this is to figure out what 64 minus 21 is. 43 times 3 is 129, minus 1 is 128, divided by 4 is 32. So that will allow us to craft this, which should let us craft this as long as we have the motors. We do not have the motors. Steel. Oh, that's just going to cost even more steel. Dang it. So in order to make 128 of these, you need 2 stacks of this, 2 stacks of this, and 2 stacks of this. That is 3 stacks of steel. Through that. Compressor. Cable. Yeah, whatever. We'll just pop that up there. Bauxite, nickel, lead, emerald, quartz, ruby, sapphire. Be using that to get silicon, aluminum, and beryllium. Nuclear mixed plate, nuclear alloy plate. Polarizer. This is head primarily west. So that must mean there's one near to here. Home, keep Kaida. To the bathhouse. So it should be southwest? West and just a little bit north. Get to the top of the mountain. Oh, I should have... I am losing them pretty quickly here. I mean, they're not hard to make, so if I do run out, I'll just pop down a warp stone and... Can you stop bouncing? Ay, ay, ay. So ideally this one should be pretty much west. Actually, ideally it would have been east. Really should have taken the time to triangulate this. Oh, we must be getting close. It's changed directions. Okay, let's go to that building and then try again. Okay, so it is now officially turned into the other direction. This is just wood. So I can stand to lose one more, so let's get to this shore and then try again and see if it goes downwards. Oh, it's still going this way. That one go down? That one went down. Okay. Waystone? Oh, it's one of these dungeons. Don't know what this is, but we're just going to take it and go. Arcane Claymore. Doesn't actually seem particularly useful. This also doesn't seem particularly useful. Diamond. Okay. Head back to that upwards section. Once I've cleared the rest of this floor. You know what? I don't actually need to open any of these. I can just leave them as is. It doesn't seem like there's much of use in these. Okay. Apple. And portal. Okay, and I can get back home. And that is going to be where we end it for this stream, with a cliffhanger. Well, actually, that's as far as we're going to explore there. I might quickly finish up the dungeon. Actually, wait a second. Was that an item frame? Oh, no, it's just a pressure plate. Oh, there's a thing in there. Actually, ender pearls are kind of valuable at the moment. Oh, that just leads back to here. Well, I don't think there's really anything else of note in this dungeon. So... wire mill. Toss that through there. Final thing of the stream is going to be this. I'm also going to make more bronze drills off stream. So for gold drills, oh yeah, I'd been doing some math earlier. It was 256 of them times 9. So 2,304 times 0.05 for a 5% chance. We are going to get 115.2-ish ancient debris. You know, we actually have to decide what to do with all of these things still. This one is already being processed correctly. I don't know why we would want to macerate this. Centrifuging it would be nice, but we can't store the helium yet, so... Soul sand. We don't want it to be macerated. We don't really want it to be smelted. Do we actually care about it for anything? We need a bit for soul copper. Salt, blackstone, netherrack. Salt, blackstone, netherrack. Netherrack. And I'm just assuming I'm going to want to trash all of this. I will quickly check through it. Actually, this one I do know. I can go get soul soil pretty easy for that quest line. I don't actually care about the basalt itself, so... Smooth basalt. Polished. And all that can be done with polished stone. Salt, I just looked at. Blackstone. Absolutely useless recipe. Netherrack can be used for nothing. I've already looked into this before. Statech. Okay. Currently, I'm assuming I'm going to want to be making this. Space fireproof. Acid rain proof. You can now craft the ad Astra. These solar panels. These panels generate power during the daytime with the output varying based on where it's placed. If placed in space, it will generate more than if it was placed on a planet. Mercury orbit, it generates 168 EU per tick. It's not a whole lot. I suppose that's so that you can more easily get powered at bases set up in space. Okay, how many more do I need for this? 64, 128 plus 36 plus 128 is 164. As soon as we see 36, we can take it. Now we just need one more stack. So I don't need this for the gold. I do want it for ancient debris, emeraldite, periodite, and I don't think I care about any of those. Periodite ingot, raw periodite, periodite scraps. So it's 4 to 2. And we'll use it on all of my regular tools. And I'll also want it for 2 swords that I still have yet to get to. But we will finally be able to get to them after the next stream. So that goes to that. I see. Ah, this is gonna be fine. Oh, hey, our first emeraldite ore. So this has to be blasted twice, so we actually need to put raw penderite there, and raw penderite in there. So now we'll be getting penderite scraps. So we should be getting about 200-ish of each of these. So, that is going to be it for today's stream. We have made a pretty decent amount of progress here. Offline, I will be making the rest of the steel drills, or I'll actually be making the steel drills. I'll be making a bunch more bronze drills. I'll be making a bunch more electronic circuits. We'll try and make enough advanced machine hulls to turn everything into MV tier. And I'll be making the last 4 MV steam turbines. Okay. Okay, so that is the end of today's stream. I will be back tomorrow with Elden Ring. Thank you all for coming. I'll catch you all next time. Goodbye.